Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name's Matt in a Hat. We have DM Nix over here. We are here to join you for our regular session of Eolas, which is DM Nix's wonderful imaginary setting, world, place thing. And we are going to be voice acting. We are going to be exploring. We are going to be making characters. We're going to be GMing. We're going to be doing all the things, telling
We're gonna be
stories,
going crazy.
going crazy as we do. Um,
Welcome in, Tex.
yeah, we appreciate everyone being here and joining us. Hope that you're having a good day wherever you are, and if not, sit down, chill with us, and hopefully we can make it just a little better. All right. So, I don't need to ask how you are, DM Nick. So, do we want to move on from that question?
Sure, sure. We can skip that one today. I'm good with skipping that one.
Okay, let's get that one today. um, yeah, yeah. I've had an interesting week too. It's been all the fun. Um, but I'm doing all right. Doing all right. And it's just good to be back, right? It's good to be back to tell stories,
Yeah,
play our characters. Just forget about, well, not forget about, but just set back life into the background a little bit while we enjoy our time together. So that's what we're here to do, folks,
yep.
and that's what we will be doing. So last time, it's been a couple of weeks because we had an off week last week.
Oh yeah. Last week we had to take a pause because we didn't want it to not be good, and we both had a really, 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 really rough week last week.
Yeah, and compared to that, this week's not been so bad. All right, so Um, we were last in the Cave of Ancients. Our characters had been exploring through there, and they finally made their way through the whole thing. Marigold met a new companion, who is joining us instead of Visa. We're using Visa as a placeholder for the moment, just while we're organizing things. But that is what it is. We eventually walk, made our way out and back to Cerveza, where we told them what we had found. We gave them all the information that we had recovered. Um, they didn't have time to fully translate everything just yet, but they gave us some rewards, and um, we ventured off at towards the end of that session, back towards the Moot via Elderwin's Watch, and we are currently traveling south towards Elderwin's Watch, through the tundra that is slowly, like, we're getting more and more towards winter, but we're also traveling south. So things are getting ever so slightly warmer, or less cold at least. Less
Yes,
frosty,
less cold.
less snow. You minute, I thought your vid was having a glitch. I don't think
Hmm?
we're having a glitch. I think we're okay. Yeah, so anything else that we need to add to that summary? Have I? We should probably just
So
mention
we're
that we were investigating this old story, really, that
yeah,
detailed an old or ancient being that was doing bad things, that was eventually defeated and imprisoned, however long ago.
yes.
And we have
Apparently for quite a
reason to
while.
believe that said nasty might not be forever imprisoned? Who knows? We'll see.
We'll see. We hope he is, but
Uh huh. Yeah, and we're traveling. We're traveling. We're gonna be traveling south for a couple of days at least. Um, do we want to narrate that we just get there safely, given that we've had quite a bit of encounters already, and we know that there's still more coming in Alduin's Watch as GMs?
I'm good with it either way.
Okay.
So I take your recommendations right now after the chaos of today. My brain's about how it was last week, with all the stress and chaos that I had. So I will lean on your expertise and wisdom a little bit heavily today.
All right. Well, I'll take the reins a little bit today then, as far as some of these things go, so that DM can try and relax a little, because that's what we're here to do, help each other relax and have some fun. And so, our characters, not completely painlessly, not completely advent free, but without the need for us to simulate, in other words, overcome things, whatever happens, some cold weather, some nasty creatures along the way. We overcome them without too much difficulty along the way to Elderwood's Watch.
Which, for those who missed it, Elduin's Watch was the last kind of village or town that our lovely party could rest at before heading
Correct.
into more no man's land and then the frozen forbidden north.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you make a check. What this is going to be is it's going to be a flat check. And I'm going to divide the day into 4 sections. Okay, and we're going to be rolling a d4, or you're going to be rolling a d4. The 4 sections are early ish morning, midday, mid afternoon, and evening. So, why
Okay.
don't you roll a d4 to see which part of the day we arrive? Okay, so it's mid to late afternoon with a d3 that we arrive in Elderwin's Watch. So it is technically day, but it is coming towards night. And let's see Elderwin's Watch for the first time depicted here. Ta-da!
Ooh. It's a
Yes,
mushroom village.
it is a mushroom village.
Oh, I remember. Good map for that.
Yeah, I figured we'll we'll do a little bit of cool stuff. So that's what we've done. Um, yeah. So here we are in Elduin's Watch. Each of these mushrooms are buildings, or there's buildings built into them. Um, and yeah, it's a bit of a different place. It's not entirely depicted here. There's other buildings here, but for your benefit,
City center.
what we're going to do? Would you mind grabbing the drawing tool for me and putting that into text? And we're going to be making some text um, depictions of what each of these buildings are. Would you be willing to do that for me while I read them
Sure.
out?
So just point to the one and then I will put the name on it.
Sure.
That way I know which one we're talking about.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this red one in the middle the town
Mhm.
hall.
Where is. There it is.
And I'm going to also do text on this one, and this one is going to be Medica. Ooh, I like that text. You might have to edit mine and put the pretty text on there.
Sure.
And then, so that's attached kind of to the town hall. We're going to have over here with the white and red one. We are going to have a blacksmith over there.
Give me just a little moment.
It's okay.
You said this is what?
A blacksmith.
Blacksmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're going to have a general store over here. We are going to have. So, this lot of several mushrooms is actually the inn. And the inn is called. And I'll put this in the text so that you know how to spell this.
I may have spelled things wrong, so feel free to correct him if I did.
It's called that, the Perfumed Pilius Inn. Then we have Taylor over here. And yep, we're gonna have livestock over here. And finally, we're gonna have see. We will put this on this little white one down here. And that's gonna be jeweler and cosmetics. Yeah,
That's not right.
That's fine. We're good.
It's like, I know that's wrong, and my brain's not telling me how to fix it.
It's fine. We don't mind. It's just got an E between W and L. W-E-L. That will be fine. Yep. Jeweler and cosmetics. Perfect. So, this is a basic, very basic, not complete representation of Elderwin's Watch. Also, so that we know You don't have to label it, but you can if you want. There is a barracks over here, training ground sort of thing at the top.
Sure.
But yeah, that's the basic kind of layout.
Nope, that's not right. I spelled barracks.
BARRACK.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Brain just failed me.
And so they're the basic buildings that make up a little bit of the town, and there are houses and abodes dotting um, the rest of the town. But we don't need to worry about whose is what and what's whose. At the moment, we're just concerned with the main kind of layout. And obviously, there's more on the outskirts, blah blah. But for now, this is the majority. So we are coming in towards mid afternoon. So probably 3 to 4 p.m. ish. We we finally make our way. It's been why don't we? Yeah, it's been a few days. It took us a few days to get there, so like 4 days or something, 3 or 4 days it was. So it's been about 3 or 4 days, and it's towards mid afternoon when we arrive back into Elderwin's Watch. And it seems that there is a little bit of a scene um, underway. Um, we see townsfolk gathered um, in the middle of the town um, and around the town hall and coming in and out around the town hall. Raised voices, pointing fingers, accusing one another. Seems to be a bit of drama as we come into town.
I hope those fingers aren't loaded with how they're pointing them. Does not look like to be very nice.
Yes, dearie. Does seem like something's going on. They weren't up in arms the last time we were here.
Maybe Skewer made them angry with his feistiness.
Yeah, I made them angry, all right. I sort of walked with these good for nothing companions all the way back into town, dragging them behind me, and of course, that would anger all the townsfolk.
Skewer, who are you saying you drag? You cannot lift me. How could you drag me? I weigh too much for you.
Says, um, he says, did they have much sarcasm where you're from?
No, no sarcasm. What is sarcasm?
Well, it's
Look, it's almost like a cat got your tongue, and I'm the only cat here. Should I take your tongue?
he looks over to Marigold, and Marigold sighs and then starts to explain what sarcasm is to Peter.
I do not understand. You say thing that's not thing, but then why say thing? Only say what is. You're very strange.
Yes, well, yes, dearie. Some people think it's very funny. Humor changes everywhere in the world. It's different everywhere.
So strange. Does not make sense.
Look, it makes more sense than some other places that I've been in my life. I once visited a town where, as a compliment, people would call each other really horrible names and then they would laugh and slap each other on the back and think that it was a compliment. It was really weird.
That makes no sense either. World should make sense. Like rock and stone and metal. Metal and stone. Stay firm. Don't change and act crazy.
Anyway, dearie, should we go check that out? See what
I
they're
follow you.
arguing
You're
about?
the wise one.
I mean,
Here we
maybe
go.
we can,
Getting
like,
into trouble more.
calm it down. Be nice to not
You just
have,
want to get
a
along.
drama filled location to sleep in for the night. It has been rather chilly travel, and it'd be nice to have, like, a warm place to sleep. Warm with hospitality as well
Yes.
as heat.
Warm with fire from the sun on the sands. That is what we need, not this strange place.
All right. And we come into this situation, and there are a number of townsfolk. I'm gonna start pulling them into the map who are present, either on the edges of the uh, argument or peripheral, kind of like general area. And so
Okay.
I'm gonna be like populating these. If you wouldn't mind going into their settings and just set the display name always for everyone for me, so that we can just see them constantly without having to mouse over them as I drag them out.
Sure. Wrong button.
There's going to be quite a lot of them. Alright, I think that's it. Um,
How many of them is Skewer going to kill?
kill their townsfolk.
I think we got all of them.
Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, so, to there's all of these people like milling around, either like standing on the sidelines or blatantly accusing each other. We have Brad Jennings, who is the general store keeper. We have Deborah Snade, the milliner from the tailor. We have Philona Verdane and Tom Verdane, the jeweler and the cosmeticist from over there. We have Irina Yar, who is the blacksmith. Lena Wick, who is the Perfume Pilius's owner. Marieka, a member of the constabulary. Raina Vogue, the livestock keeper, and Magdalene Clare, a spinster, an older lady. And these folk are milling about there, accusing each other until we walk into the situation. And Mariaka here will call the assembly to order as newcomers slash people that have been here that are visitors before are seen.
Mhm.
She will come up and she will say, "Well, you certainly weren't the ones that murdered him, so why don't you come in and see if you can figure it out?"
We did not murder anyone here. We do not know of no murder here. We
And
know of some in North.
Marieka will tell us about the situation. She says, Garrett Wick, who is Lena Wick's brother, um, was found this morning dead. He was found in the stables of the Perfume Pilius Inn, killed by a single blow from an edged weapon. Most likely a sword, although no weapon was found near the body, but it was an edged weapon. Um, the constabulary have tried, she will say that the body was discovered by Mr. Wick's sister, Lena, this morning. Um, and uh, and since then, basically for the day, people have been like just accusing each other, trying to figure out who's the killer. The constabulary have been working their way around the any witnesses and potential killers amongst us. And there's been a lot of accusations, and the constabulary haven't really gotten very far because everyone's very emotionally invested in this, as he is a local co-owner of the Perfume Pilius Inn along with his sister, and she is very distraught. Um, that's Lena here, and that is the situation.
They're both gonna lean over to Skewer. I bet she did it to own the place herself and not have to share, yes?
Skewer like looks at him and goes, "Let's not put you in charge of the investigation, shall we?"
No, I'm very good at investigate. I should be master investigator. I saw one kitten before kill the other so that he could have more milk, so why wouldn't she do it for her brother, yes?
Is that what you would do for your family?
Maybe. Depends if they had other value to me or not.
They're your family. Of course they have other value. Oh. All right. So
You can always have another litter of children. Why be so upset?
Skewer like
First word
raises
that
his
just got broke.
fist, not to try and punch anyone, but just like as a like. All right, dearies, just calm down. It'll be okay. Let's just take a breath. um, okay, so perhaps, I mean, yes, we've only just arrived in town, as you know. Um, do, are there any other details we should know about? Have the constabulary actually found anything? And Marieka will explain that they haven't really been able to decipher much, but it's clear that the murder happened somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. last night. That is the most likely. She says that the body has been successfully identified, and there's been um, some like uh, general checks done by the medica and cleric of the town to see how he has died and approximately when, and they have determined um, that it would have been somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. last night, according to their findings. They can't pinpoint it, but and they were able to pinpoint that it is this bladed weapon that has been the cause of his death, but no bladed weapon has been found.
Okay. Skewer's not Skewer's probably and Marigold are probably a little bit more logical choice for investigating.
Maybe.
Um,
I mean,
I mean, Thurbold is more likely to cause some problems, but he's not bad at it if he chooses to focus. Peter,
well, perhaps we might at least question those that would have been around at, at that time, maybe. Like, see
I can ask that.
see what everyone was doing. Do you have a short list of suspects? Uh, Mariako will have a look at her notes. She says, "Well, we're not pointing the fingers at anyone, but there were only a few people in and around the inn at around the time of the murder, and probably we should at least start with questioning them to see if we can find more information about what they saw. And so I'm gonna separate out some of these people. Obviously, the rest of these people can be questioned later if you want, but she's going to isolate some. So we have Deborah Snade, who was in and around the inn, Brad Jennings, Tom and Filona were both around. Irina Yar was around. Lena was around, being co-owner, and Magdalene. Rainavog, the constabulary. So all of these that are visible to you here um, on this side were around the inn, and you can collect their statements.
So Peter will go up to them one by one and be like, "Where were you last night at 6 to 10?"
Okay.
With this grimacing look on his face as
Yeah.
he's like, this massive stone creature that towers over everyone.
All right.
And he just uses his finger and writes in a tablet of stone, like he's just scratching the stone almost in front of them to take notes.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, I've written the statements in like like just a random order. I'm just gonna follow that order, so
Okay.
that I can make sure that everyone's statement is heard. So
Sure.
we're gonna start with Irina, the blacksmith, and when I put these notes in, it will come up as that character so that we can differentiate them.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so she says Lena was in and out of the common room serving dinner. Makes sense as the innkeeper. At around 7, Brad was outside the inn. She thinks that Filona might have been outside as well. Both had presumably gone to the privy. Brad and Tom were fairly drunk. Okay, so that's that.
Okay. And Tom's the one that died, right?
No, so I will put the
No.
deceased on the map as well, and I'll put him in the Medica
Sure.
because you can potentially go to the Medica later. So that's
Hmm.
going to be Garrett. We are going to pop his
Okay.
So there's Garrett.
So Garrett was that. Okay.
Yeah, and yep. So that is Irina's statement. Then we have Deborah. Deborah says she thinks that Lena was arguing with Magdalene. Seems that there was a dispute over a split of money from the sale of mead. Lena and Magdalene were discussing this in the brewing cellar. She remembers hearing raised voices, which she will point out notably. She says that Tom and Filona were having an argument that night. So Tom and Filona are man and wife. So Tom, the jeweler, and Filona, the cosmeticist, who have that building together. They are man and wife. They apparently were having an argument, according to Deborah. Brad
Okay.
is going to say the following. He admits that he was drunk. He was out at the privy when the murder must have taken place, and he saw Raina, who hasn't been mentioned yet,
Hmm.
the animal breeder, hanging around the outside of the inn. Ooh, sounds suspicious. All right,
Hmm.
that's what he says. Tom says he was very drunk. He remembers Lena was arguing with Magdalene, so that is twice that we've heard about the arguing in the beer cellar. And he will mention quite accusatively that Brad was outside the inn at the time of the murder. And he will just pointedly be like, well, he was outside. He had the opportunity, and he'll be very pointed with that, and like say it a number of times. You know,
How do you know he was outside the inn? Were you outside the inn with him?
all right. He was deep in his drink inside. We'll say,
Then
Tom.
how do you know he was outside?
There's windows.
You see through walls.
Windows.
So you were watching him out the window.
Oh, he
So
saw
you
him.
stare at man out window.
I mean, he says he
That's
wasn't
creepy.
staring. That's all right. You can say it's creepy. All right. So,
And like Peter will just like awkwardly just like look at him and just be like,
so Falona says Falona claims that she was outside, but she was just going to the privy, and she remembers seeing Raina hanging around the inn. So this is again the second time that we've got
mm-hmm,
someone saying about Raina. We've got Lena, who still needs to speak. So Lena will say that she was in the beer cellar arguing with Magdalene about the mead. That seems to match other people's statements. Magdalene
Just clean it off after.
will say that she was in the beer cellar arguing with Lita about the mead. And that is everyone on this side of the river. The on this bank.
So we have collaborated stories that the two of them were in the cellar.
Mm-hmm.
We
Arguing about the
have,
mead. Yeah.
yeah. So they're kind of a good alibi for each other, as well as others admitting that they heard him there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we have.
But we should ask Falona where she, if and where she saw Tom and Brad.
So she says she was outside going to the privy. She did. She does remember that at some point during going to the privy, she's pretty sure she heard Brad's voice in the next privy or whatever, in one of the other privies, probably
Mm.
singing drunkenly. It's like she talks about him like singing drunkenly while he was in the privy and hearing that on the outside. So she's pretty sure, but she didn't see him. Is what doesn't recall seeing him, just hearing him.
And was Tom inside staring out window at Brad?
Not staring. He happened to see him. Uh, Remember, these are just villagers. Like they're just
Oh, I
people.
know. I know. So Peter was asking Falona that if she saw Tom inside staring at
Um,
Brad, because that's his
Falona
understanding. Because he's like, I saw him out there. I saw him out there. I saw him out there. Okay, so you must be staring at him to see him out there that much.
Falona said that Tom was pretty drunk. Like that's that she's talking about her husband, right? So it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, hubby was pretty tanked. He might have just been like, like kind of like, as you do, kind of just stare at whatever it is and happen to see stuff. But yeah, so she will say that he was he was pretty like neck deep in his drink.
Where was he when you went to Privy?
uh inside the tavern, inside the inn.
So he stayed at table drinking, and you went to
Yes.
Privy.
Yes.
You abandoned drunk to make bad choices. Perfect. Good to know.
Bad choices. I needed to relieve myself.
No, but you abandoned him to make bad choices. You know, drunk make bad choice, yes? If you drunk, you make bad choice, and you make more bad choices to be drunk than just choosing bad choice to be drunk.
She's like, yeah, yes. No?
Peter the investigator, this is just bad.
uh,
Let's
all right. What do we got in the chat?
see.
No comment. Does anyone in chat have some questions for any one of these witnesses? We may as well involve you. We have their names. We'll zoom in a little bit. I mean, you can't see all of their statements together. But yeah, we'll go over them another time here. Irina says that Lena was in and out serving dinner. Brad was outside. She thinks Falona might have been outside as well, so that's been collaborated. Brad and Tom were drunk, so that's been collaborated. Deborah says that Lena was arguing with Magdalene. That's been collaborated. She thinks Tom and Falona were having an argument. Now, no one else has said Tom and Falona were having an argument. That's man and wife having an argument. So maybe that
Yeah.
could be something that gets asked about. Brad admits
Deborah.
he was drunk. Yeah, do you want to follow that before we get to
Yeah,
like cyclic? Yeah,
have
okay.
Peter ask. We'll ask her. Deborah, you said Tom and Filona argue. When and where they argue? Because she says she in privy and he on table drinking.
She says I can't be sure, but I think they had an argument just before she went off in a huff to go to the privy.
Oh, I see. What was the argument about?
Let me check my notes, see if she's got anything else about that. She's not sure. She says they're reasonably new to the town, like within the last couple of months, so she hasn't really got to know them all that much. She doesn't really know what they would be arguing about. She didn't like fully hear it. And she says she can't be sure
Hmm.
that it was an argument. Maybe because there was drunkenness or whatever, there was just raised voices or something. But like she just thinks that they had an argument. Maybe
Deborah,
ask
were
them.
you drunk last night too?
Deborah, no, Deborah wasn't drunk.
Are you sure? You seem to be fuzzy in the mind. I want to make sure you weren't under the drink.
Um, she says that she had a drink, but that was with the meal, and she wasn't expecting to be interrogated this month today about something that happened.
There's
So
no
sorry
interrogation.
for
If we were going
kind
to
of not.
interrogate, I would use stone and lock you down and threaten to use stone on your face. But we're not interrogating, we're just questioning.
She says, "Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I was just having my food, really, and I could be right or wrong about the argument. Maybe just ask them. See, I don't mind you saying that I said that. I could be wrong, and if I am, I would be happy about that. Honestly,
Hmm. You happy to be wrong. That is interesting.
happy to be wrong about a
I
man and a
see.
wife arguing. Yes, I would rather there to be peace in the town."
Ask Irina. Question. You say Lena was in and out serving dinner. When were you there to see her serve dinner?
Who are you asking?
Irina.
Irina. Thank you. She was having food at in the tavern. So,
Did
um,
you? Okay.
and your question was when did she see?
Yeah. She said she was in and out serving dinner. At what
Yeah, so
time?
so
And where
so
was she?
like there were people ordering like as there are every night at like random times. She wasn't like looking at the time. Neither are there watches, so it was just like in and out serving dinner as you normally
Mhm.
do kind of thing. She can't be sure exactly what time. She says she was in and out all night, so potentially she had up like time to do stuff, but she was also serving food.
Yeah. Did you hear raised voices last night from anyone?
Did Irina hear raised voices?
Yes.
She didn't really pay attention to them. She might have like she just wasn't paying attention.
So you do not pay attention to neighbors. Okay, good to know.
She says it's really none of my business.
He doesn't know how to take things right. This poor guy's not used to doing this kind of work. Just give him a hammer and let him beat the metal.
At any time, if he wants to defer to any of the others, they will speak. At the moment, I'm just trying to play deliver the information.
Skewer. They do not like to talk to their neighbors. However, they do not seem to not want to snoop on neighbors either. But they want to stare at neighbors. It's very strange here.
Sounds about right to me.
Wait, you ignore your neighbor and stare at your neighbor and do not listen to them but listen to them?
I mean, I didn't say me, but like, sounds like a general like kind of
Skewer,
type of town to me. Like,
do we need
people.
to have talk?
He goes, "Do you want to have a talk?"
Do we need to have talk? I want to have talk if we need, but only if we need.
What?
We have business to do otherwise.
Well, let's do the business then. We don't need to talk. If you need to talk to me, you can talk to me whenever, but let's do business first. A man's
I
dead.
heard privy outback of perfume pilfer in if you need to use privy to do business.
Yeah, I could probably do that. He walks up. Go find the
Well,
privy.
there check place of dead man and see if privy have puke or poo from people who used nasties last night.
Oh yeah, I'll be going through it with my hands.
Good. Check to see if they hide murder weapon in their poo.
There's
Dig
probably
well, skewer. Dig well.
there's probably a soundless middle finger up as he walks up towards the privy. Oh.
Peter will look at Marigold. Skewer smart. He think to dig through poop to find murder weapon.
She says, well, perhaps would be better places to hide it. They said that the body was found in the stables. Yes, perhaps we could look over there and see if we can see anything in the stables.
Oh, that would be smart. You want me keep asking people questions or come with you to see place?
Um, I think I might need protection just in case the killer is still at large.
Oh, yes. I protect you, yes. And make sure I break face.
Oh, that's mighty fine of you to volunteer for that, dearie. Oh, the manipulations of the old woman. All right, so the stables are at the back of the Perfumpilius Inn, and you're able to go and check that out. So as we go, Marigold and Peter get to make perception
Yep, they'd be
checks
going there.
as they are poking around in the stables.
He's going to the privy and he's going to go over there.
So, perception for Marigold.
Perception.
Um,
Peter.
Skewer is not going through
Pierce
things
is
with his hands, but he's going to keep his eyes open to see what he can see in the privy, in and around.
apparently the privies aren't far from the stable anyway, so he could drop into the stable as well.
He could do that, yeah. Okay, so at level 3, DC is 18, so he will actually find something. Give me a minute.
Cool. What does he find?
Just going through that, please.
Yep. Trying not to sneeze. I don't know why, but my nose is just starting to do that nice tickly feeling.
Okay. So you find a bloody footprint that has been potentially on purpose covered with hay and messed up with the hay. So it's not completely clear.
Get the size of it if we can.
All right. So maybe a medicine or crafting or society check. Like society would be see if you can match it to any of these people or like more of certain people than others or do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, and medicine is like see how people are made up, and then
So you
crafting
said
is trying to put it
society.
together. Yeah, society
And what?
crafting or
And the
medicine.
DC is 18. You said.
Yeah, it has been messed up, but you can do that. It's
Okay, it's not letting me do it that way. That's fine. Uh, Marigold has the best
mm-hmm.
in that.
I'm happy for her to make that society if you want, or a medicine, one
Mm.
of the two.
Well, I figured I'd have her do society or medicine. We can never do either one, and then I'd have Peter do the um, crafting
Yep,
to identify craftsmanship.
sounds good.
Even though,
I would even allow a thievery here to like. I mean, we're rolling very well. Okay, so Marigold will point out, even though this thing has been scuffed a little bit, she believes that it's a smaller person's footprint, either a young man or a woman or young woman. So young man, woman, young woman. Because it's smaller, more petite, thin, like thinner,
lighter build,
lighter build,
smaller size.
smaller
Okay.
size.
Who all meets that criteria?
Deborah, Magdalene, Lena, Irina, Bologna, and potentially Marieka from the constabulary, though no one's pointing fingers at her at this point.
Right.
Um,
Okay, so all the ladies
all the
there.
ladies, yeah. Which,
So none of the guys are small enough. So far it's all the ladies. How
mm-hmm.
big is Rainier?
Raina is a man, um, and he's a brutish kind of. He's
So
beefy.
he's big.
Yeah, he's ugly as
So
hell
whoever's
as well. He's really ugly. So let me also while we're here just give you a general picture of some of these in description. Okay. So
okay.
Irina, this one, she's about 34. Um, Being the town blacksmith, she offers a variety of weapons and armor, as well as village blacksmithing services. And she lives with her cat in an apartment over the smithy. That's Irina.
That would be like if I took Thurbold home. Meh.
Deborah is a little bit older. She's about 50, 51. Um, she's the town milliner, and she's got a high quality clothing establishment that's famous because of its dyed silk. She is a
Cool.
widow. That's something about her. Brad, not that Brad's immediately on the radar at the moment, but he's 43. He's the owner of the general store. Seems to be honest, cheerful, respectful, and he drinks dark beer and smokes a briar pipe. Rayna, who we were just talking about, who you asked after, he is the proprietor of Elduin's livestock. He is a slovenly, ugly looking man with a sarcastic attitude. But he knows his animals and he cares for them well. He doesn't drink in the inn because he generally shunned. And he's about 37, 35 to 37.
Okay.
And he has a daughter who's 14. She's a cripple on crutches. Tom. Um, he is 31 and a jeweler. He has fairly long, thin fingers and seems to be quite sort of, fiddly and perceptive. Falona, his wife, is 29 and a cosmeticist. Um, she is looking fantastic, as she always does. Magdalene, the spinster, uh, is in her mid 30s and makes a living selling honey. And Lena, the guy's sister, the poor victim sister, is 27, single. You know, generically just you know fairly standard attractiveness. Marieka, the constabulary leader, is all business and is in charge of 15 full-time constables who take shifts and stuff and help protect the town. So that's who all is about.
We should have Marigold do a check of the body, probably medicine, to determine the severity of the hit. Basically, was it seemed like it was just one blow that actually killed him? Because if that's the case, then it couldn't be from someone small.
18, we just
Get it?
barely pass. All right.
Like I said, it's really just is it one clean hit that obviously killed him that was from someone big, or was it, you know,
It is.
precise,
He was
or
killed
was
by a
it?
single blow, but it does look quite precise, calculated.
Does it look like it is deep and heavy hit, or more
Well,
like
it was performed from behind, And so didn't look like Garrett was expecting it. It wasn't a scuffle, in other words.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of any fighting, like him fighting back on the corpse or at all. So it suggests that he was had his back turned, was not expecting it. The blow is precise from the back, calculated. She doesn't think it was especially someone strong. She thinks that if it had been someone who had a bit of strength and used that strength, that probably the blade would have gone all the way through, but it didn't. So either they were checking their strength, or instead of intending to go all the way through, just kill him, or potentially pretend to not have the strength if they were that far thinking ahead. But I mean, we already have a probably a woman's
Yeah.
footprint. None of the men that have been labeled are young enough to it would have to be a teenager if it was a boy.
Right. And none of
Um,
the people here are that small,
no,
including Rainier.
No, Reina's big.
So
Reina's the biggest.
that's what I was saying. But we don't have anyone small enough
We
for the footprint.
we don't have any men
That's
small
a
enough for the
guy.
footprint.
And
Yeah.
yeah. And there was the hit doesn't look to be necessarily from a guy either. Thurbold will
No.
go and ask Rainier what he was doing last night.
Yeah.
Rainier, what were you doing last night? I
Okay.
heard you were snooping.
Raina says he was
Did
hanging
not look
around.
good, Rainier.
Raina says he was hanging around the inn because he had an assignment with Marieka, or assignation with Marieka, from the constabulary, and he was due to meet her there. But she stood him up, he says. So he said that he was going to meet Marieka outside the inn, but she stood him up. He says he saw. Oh, are we still there? Yep. He says he
Yep.
saw Felona, Tom's wife, kissing
Mhm.
Brad Jennings outside. Okay, so this is new information.
Okay.
And he says that he saw that the hatch from the beer cellar on the side of the inn was open.
Which fits up with us knowing that two people were down there arguing.
Yes.
Did you hear anyone there?
Um,
Basically, if you heard any arguments from the cellar or
no, he was
if
sufficiently
any.
far away, and it
Okay.
seems like he was mostly distracted with waiting for Marieka, and also kind of startled that Felona was kissing Brad
Yeah.
when
Why were
she's
you to meet
married.
Marietta there? Yeah. Why did Marietta say to meet you there? Are you two seeing each other?
He says,
Eh?
he says, I would like that, but she stood me up.
Why would she say to meet you then?
Have to ask
What
her.
did she say to meet for? He'll go ask her. Why did you have Rainer meet you at the stable area near the inn?
She will
And why
admit
did you
that
not show?
she did organize to meet Raina, but she says that she didn't have the heart to tell him that she didn't want to meet him and that she doesn't want to see him because she's not interested.
Then why did you say you're interested if you're not interested?
Sometimes, she says, when a man is interested in a woman or a woman is interested in a man and they're not interested back, they organize a meeting that they specifically don't show up to communicate that they're not interested rather than just own up to the fact.
That is stupid. Why would you do that? You need to move to the south and learn how to know how to communicate. If you do not like the person,
She
you
just didn't
just
have the
clean your
heart
place.
to tell him.
Make them
She
clean.
says,
And
look,
then you walk away.
he's ugly as balls, but he knows how to look after his his animals.
He does not look like balls.
Uh,
He look like brute, but not balls. What's wrong with brute? You not like brute. Do you prefer fur? Do you want to go somewhere?
Shrish.
You'll dodge. Oh, you're feisty. Maybe that's why he like you. He like feisty beast. That is why he work with livestock. And you're feisty. I tell him, you like him feisty.
I will arrest you right now, she says.
For what
Don't you
grounds?
do
You
that.
have legal precedents?
She says, uh, what's it when you what's it called when you interfere in police business?
Oh, I don't remember the
That
exact term.
that thing, that thing. She says, interfering with police business.
Oh, that thing, very specific. Oh, very threatening. You're a big spooky lady, yes? Is that why you do not like Rainier? You prefer them being soft and gentle, so you can be in charge.
Says it's none of your business who I like and who I don't like. I don't like him like that. I didn't go and meet him to just communicate that I didn't want to. I'm not interested without having to like own up to the fact. Okay, deal with it.
No, you need to deal with it, because he may not understand your, oh, know my mind kind of speak. Just go talk to him. And Thurwold will start walking back across the bridge,
Okay.
like kind of snarking at her and be like, I cannot understand these people. No, I like him. I don't like him. I'm going to go and do this stuff. I just cannot believe these people. No wonder they have problems. They can even get their brain straight.
Okay. But Raina apparently saw Falona and Brad kissing. Or
Mhm. Hey, Brad, I have a question for you. I'm looking for some, companionship. Who's good in town to, be friends with? The lady kind. I hear you're the man to know. I hear you woo other ladies.
he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't wooing anyone. I was.
Well, I hear Miss Filona and you know each other pretty good.
Says, look, Tom's a good man. I don't really make a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy?
Yeah. See if he is willing to divulge this
20.
information. Yes. You actually got lucky there because he's trying to keep this. So it did have a modifier, but you did pass just.
Yay!
So he says, look, just between you and me, alright? I don't want to cause
Okay,
a
I like
scandal.
secrets.
I don't want to cause a scandal or embarrass Tom, alright?
Oh,
I rejected Falona's advance. She was coming on to me.
she did
She
the lips on you, or did she do more?
no lips. he says, I'm actually interested in Deborah, but he doesn't.
Oh.
He, he thinks I'm not good enough. She's kind of a more upmarket, uptown girl. You know what I mean?
Mm. Well, then maybe you need to take Uptown Girl downtown and show her a good time, and she like you, yes?
Well, that would involve her actually saying yes, and she hasn't.
Did you ever offer her something that she cannot refuse?
Like what?
Well, you got to know the girl. What does she like? What can she not say no to?
Um, I guess she has expensive tastes.
So, find something that at least looks and feels or smells expensive and tell her to come meet you, that you have it for her, that you want to talk with her.
He says it's worth a shot.
And if not, well, you still have shiny thing to make life better, yes?
Oh, goody.
Uh, Thurbold's going to go to the cosmetic and jewelry store and snoop around and look for a bladed weapon.
Ooh. All right. Are you trying to break in, or are you looking around the outside?
Oh, yeah, pick the locks. He's a thief.
Okay.
He is the Thieves' Toolkit Infiltrator Toolkit.
Great. Then
So,
you may
yeah.
attempt to pick the lock.
Come on. Ah, really?
13.
He's going to re-roll that.
Okay.
There we go.
So, you pass once. You need to continue to try to pick the lock in order to succeed. So, you need more checks. So, locks are a multi stage process. You have passed one stage. I need you also to make a stealth check to stay silent. That is also a success. You are 2 out of 3 checks down. Stealth check to stay silent, and a final check to pick the lock, please. You pick the lock, and as you push the door open, it makes a definite groan as you push it open. It hasn't been oiled in some time.
Does Peter stomping cover that at all?
Stomping?
He'd be coming back from the inn. His walking is basically stomping. I would think him and Gewer would be coming back about now.
I'm gonna say that I'm just gonna roll 2 d20s for 2 different ones of them that might potentially get this.
Sure.
And then I'm just gonna roll them together, and then just see what they are. 6 and a 16. So it's actually Tom, I think, who hears his own door opening.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he just excuses himself and starts to wander over. Turbo can either, when he hears the door squeal, walk away or go in there to try and steal the thing. He doesn't know that Tom's coming just yet.
He's going to go in, quietly close the door, and relock it, and
Okay.
then go and hide. Since he has low light vision, he can hide where there's not a lot of light. And so that's what he's going to try.
Okay. So he is inside. Make another stealth check, please. Tom's going to come to the door, and he's going to try the door, and it's going to be locked. Alright.
Dog, chill out.
He will absolutely hear someone inside of his house.
Yep.
Alright, he would. So, Thurbal is hidden inside. But Tom hears him. Tom is going to call out and he says, Oi! Someone's in my house!
I will look. I make sure there is no problem. I am big man. You need me to go inside and check for you.
He unlocks the door with his key and steps aside.
Hello in there. I come in and make sure you're no bad person. Thirdbald's going to take the opportunity to try to find a bladed weapon,
Mm-hmm.
stalling for time just a little bit,
Okay.
and see if there's a back door.
Make a perception check.
Please. Oh. Why are you going nuts, dog? I need you
Nice.
to chill out.
So you take in the room very thorough. Like you take it in, all of it. And there is absolutely no weird bladed weapon or normal bladed weapon in here. This is a shop, or a shop front and a house. There's nothing in the house like that. There's probably a knife in the house to cook with, but it's not
But we're told it's not a knife. Yeah, we were told it's a bigger.
bigger. Yeah. But yeah, you with a 26, you pretty thoroughly take it all in and don't see anything that could be used for that purpose.
Okay. Is there a back door?
Sure, yeah, you can sneak out the back door.
Yeah, so he's going to sneak out the back door. And Peter's going to go in and look around, and he's going to have just left out the back door. He's like, "You have a back door. I think person went out back door. You want to check back door? I do not know if you have lock on back door. I go with you and make sure you're safe."
Yeah, so he'll go around the back door. He says he does. Around the back door, you'll find that the back door lock is unlocked. He can't remember whether he locked it when he left or not.
You should remember things. It is good to remember. Okay.
He says you could
Well, I
ask my
think
wife.
perpetrator
She
left
might
back
have
door.
been she might have left after me.
I'll ask her. Well, there he's going to look around for any footprints out the back.
He will
See if there's
find
any that match the ones he found in the bloody print.
survival to cover your tracks.
Oh, survival.
This is all for Thurbold to cover the tracks.
Oh, for Thurbold to cover tracks. Sorry. That is a different modifier.
Ooh.
Nope, you didn't cover tracks.
Then Peter finds tracks, and they definitively match Thurbol's footprints. They are Thurbol's footprints. He knows immediately.
Yeah, he's not looking for Thurbold's footprints. He was looking for footprints that match the bloody print.
Well, he sees
Is what
Thurbol's footprints.
Skewer was wanting, or Peter was wanting. Yeah, so he's like, I think I see footprints from perpetrator. I'll go look and deal with him and find out what was going on for you.
All right, I'll go ask my wife if she left the door open.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone that has blade weapon in town?
There's plenty of bladed weapons at the barracks and the smithy.
Anywhere else?
On any number of the militia.
Okay, some people don't own them, just militia and blacksmith. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I go find out.
You can.
So,
Peter also could make a crafting check with Marigold because Marigold is able to
oh
like
yeah,
show him the wound, and Peter knows crafting, and so he might be able to know like what
very, very
size
well.
weapon and stuff like that might be. He made a pretty good check. Yeah, that's enough.
20.
All right, so in looking at the
I mean, he is a smith.
yeah, and looking at the incision, this weapon has been used really well. He gets the distinct impression of like at least a sword like type of weapon like that big. Um, he looks at the impression, and he has a gut feeling based on that. He says he can't be sure, but he thinks it might be a scimitar or a sawtooth saber like what we found from the assassin in Soveza. It's like that. It's got that curve to the blade. I cannot hear you.
Yeah, great. Okay. So he will share this with the others,
Yeah.
and he'll go over to the constable and ask her, I need to know every curved blade saber sword that you have in town, for I think we need to find it. You should know what everyone has for weapons, yes?
Yeah.
So I need you to tell me who have curved blade.
All right. Give me a moment.
And he'll take the one out of the party stash and show her, a curved blade, since straight's more common.
Mm-hmm. So she explains that all the constables wear mail armor. They carry halberds, truncheons, which are basically clubs and slings. Halberd is
Yep.
nothing like a sawtooth saber
Nope. Nope. Is not a curved
or a
blade.
scimitar. Yeah, so that
Mhm.
rules out anything that is normally in town. So you could go to Irina next and see what she stocks or makes.
Yep. So she said that there was none in town that she's aware of, is what Marika said, or just not that
Not that the
just
guard
that the
have.
guards don't have it.
Right, yeah. Not she's not aware of anyone owning one or of any of the guard, and she knows for sure there's not one in the barracks.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Ask the blacksmith. Blacksmith to blacksmith. I have questions for you.
yeah, of course. So
So he just like,
she will show you her wares. So there's a spiked mace. Um, there's javelin, a morning star, a spear, an axe, which is a hand axe, a dagger, a flanged mace, a long sword. There are various halves and bosses of like shields and stuff, horseshoes. Again, she does not have any curved blades.
I have a question for you. Have you ever seen a curved blade in town? On anyone coming into town or in town?
She thinks for a minute. She says,
Because she would be one who would absolutely keep track of every weapon that came through town, as that is her forte.
indeed. She thinks about it. She's like, okay, curved blade. Um, It's like, I don't look. I can't be 100% sure, but I don't I don't think I've seen anyone with curved blade. Maybe a scimitar, but I haven't had an order for a scimitar for ages. I stopped making them.
Have you seen someone with scimitar recently?
No.
Hmm, very good. Thank you for time.
Of course.
Who was it that was the village snoop and gossip? I'm trying to remember which of the two was that. Is
Spinster?
Magdalene? Okay.
Yeah,
So he'll ask her.
she's more.
I have secret I need to talk to you about.
Okay.
Very sneaky thing. You know lots of things, yes?
Guys.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know many things. Come tell me. Tell Peter.
Okay. What does he want to know?
I hear somebody in town has a curved blade. Do you know who it is? I'm trying to find. I want to see. It just sounds amazing. I want to see it.
Okay. Then what I'm gonna do? She says, "Oh, curved blade in town? That
Yes.
that doesn't really make any sense. There are orc tribes that live to the south of here, though, that might use curved blades. They're known for that, right?
But then how would they get in town? I'm sure someone said they saw one in town. You
Diplomacy.
know, in town, not out of town.
I'll make you have a
To see it.
diplomacy, and could you also, for me, roll a perception? Blind.
Roll perception.
Yeah. Perception, diplomacy.
I love the dice sometimes.
Yeah, diplomacy to get her to talk more. I mean, okay. So she says, I don't know how a weapon like that would get into town, but orcs south of town. But they're known for curved blades, right? Orcs, curved blades.
I will ask Skewer. He would know.
Mm-hmm.
Skewer!
Skewer comes around the corner. He's like zipping up. Oi, what? I was just done in there.
Question for you. Come here. Our friend want to talk.
Okay, so he'll wander over.
She say, curved blade and orc out of town. But I heard there was curved blade in town. She think that it only works south of town. What do you think?
He says, "Well, orcs definitely use curved blades, if that's what you mean. I've seen them myself."
He'll lean over and say, curved blade murder weapon in town. We need to find it. Maybe you can talk. I need to go to Privy. That's why I ask if you come over and, talk. I
Well,
need to use facility now.
yeah,
Try to see if Skewer is a little more diplomatic than him.
yeah.
Can observe
While
him.
you're over there, Peter, could you make me another perception check, please?
Sure, I mean, the dice have been great to me so far.
They have, yeah. 15's not bad. So, as you make your way around there, You notice that because of all of the things that we've sort of heard about and the developments that have been made, he specifically looks over at the hatch to the beer cellar that Raina mentioned was open. And that is like closed. And not only is it closed, but it has a a locking um, wood section that sort of is on the outside that keeps it closed from the outside. So in order to open it, you have to open it from the outside.
Okay.
It's no simple matter that was open.
So he'll go open it and look down there. And Thurbold will seek behind the jeweler cosmetic over to the inn and see if he can find any of the bloody footprints or any stashed items
Sure.
between the two.
Yeah.
So survival, just perception. You don't have
Um,
control of Eolas in your
Thurbo
game.
can roll survival, and Peter can roll perception. I think. Nice.
Does Peter need to do athletics or anything to pop it open, or
No.
he's just big enough? We'll just hand
Well,
wave
you
it.
know, it's just a sliding tubifor, you know.
Okay,
But it's the point was that it's done from the outside. Yeah,
there you
cool.
go.
So he opens it and he sees muddy footprints coming in and out. Thurbol has a look behind the jeweler, behind the general store. And a 26.
Yeah, he heard that there was a bloody footprint from a lithe individual, and the curved blade was the murder weapon. So he's trying to snoop around and see what he can find.
He sees small footprints that match the size of the one that was found in the stables.
Okay.
And they track to a residence.
Ah, okay. He's going to go check that residence.
Um, I'm gonna make you make a flat check, and I'm gonna have you before you roll it. It'll be a flat d20, and I want you to tell me high or low. Your favor is what you say, and your favor is that whoever's house this is, that person isn't home.
Well, the dice hate me, so it's going to be the opposite of what I say. High tends to be considered good in this game, so we'll go for high.
All right, then roll a flat check. You got high. So the person isn't home. And you know that you don't see any light on or anything.
Never stopped Thurbold before.
The door is locked. It doesn't seem as difficult as the other one. That's a success. You just need one more success on this lock. That's a success. You open the lock.
So he's going to seek a curved blade and see if there's footprints here that match, or bloody garments or anything,
Okay.
or writings or other things of note.
All right, then seek it.
So that's perception check, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure is. Oh, oh. you find a sawtooth saber
Hmm.
somewhere in
Is
these
it
quarters,
bloody or is
and
it recently? Oh, okay.
you
And
find a document that seems awfully suspicious. It is left unraveled on a um, on a book stand, and he glances at it, and it's a copy of Garrett's will.
he will take it and take the saber.
Mm-hmm. Um, One last thing that you find, because you rolled a natural 20. Do, 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 do. Um, Second. Um, you find a small barrel of pickling vinegar, and that the first floor window of this house is open.
Pickling vinegar?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure why that would be relevant. And the window on the first floor is open.
Yeah.
Is
Just
there any
looking.
other bodies in this place?
No bodies.
Is there
No.
anything in the pickling vinegar?
There's nothing other than pickling vinegar and the pickling vinegar. But with a critical success, these are details that you discover.
So
All right.
he's going to come back up to Marigold and tell her what he found. Marigold.
Yes, dearie.
And he fills her in.
You did what?
The footprints lead to a house, and I went inside and found the sawtooth saber and a will from the dead man.
Ah. Well done,
You were
Thurball.
told to investigate. I investigate.
Yes, well done. You're a very perceptive young man. Uh, um, that's evidence.
Yes, this is why I took it, so we can show evidence to constable.
It's generally better if find the evidence together so that they know it hasn't been tampered with.
Yes, you found it with me.
No, I didn't, dearie.
Yes, yes, you did. You were there with me the whole time. You just forgot.
I'm not going to lie, dearie. Not about that. All right, so
Yeah, he would lock the door too, to try to not leave
all right, who are we
any.
going to give this information? By the
Uh,
way, also with a critical success, you know that that is the house of Magdalene Calera, the spinster, because you would have found identifying documents in there. So it's got the murder weapon, it's
okay.
got a copy of the will. So who
So
we
he'll go and ask Skewer to, like, whisper to him, see if her foot is the same as the bloody print.
Okay.
match her up.
It is not.
Um, Peter is checking the basement.
So Magdalene's footprint is a lot larger than the footprint that you found. Not like many sizes, but maybe two or three sizes larger than the small one found in the stable.
Interesting.
But she has the murder weapon
Hmm. And what does Peter find in the basement?
in the basement of
The
the.
inn. You said
So
it was
you,
locked, and so he opened it. And
yeah, so he found muddy footprints going in and out, suggesting that there was passage during the night or overnight or last night.
okay, he will check if those footprints match up with the bloody footprint or not.
Yes.
Okay, so he will check that again. Um, Lena
Okay.
and Lena was arguing with
Magdalene.
Magdalene,
Yeah.
so he will check the footprint to theirs.
Okay. The footprint does not match Magdalene. Magdalene's footprint is about three sizes larger, but it
Hmm.
does match Lena's.
What does the will say?
It gives everything to Lena, of course.
Thurbold will talk to Tom. It's like, Tom, I heard there is problem at home, and so I needed to check your house for problems. I hope you do not mind.
It's like problems. Like what?
Like your wife kissing other men and possibly causing problems.
He goes, he says, one second. He says, it was that bloody seducer Brad, wasn't it? He was trying to take my wife from me.
Did not say anything about Brad. I said your wife was kissing another man. Is Brad the only man in town?
No, but he's been trying to get in her pants for ages, I'm sure of it.
How are you sure of it? I heard he had his eyes on someone else that he wants.
Make a perception check.
Please.
No.
Does it involve hearing?
You. This was a sense motive to see if he was being consistent, because he probably isn't, but there might. You don't
Yeah.
know, so. But yeah, he seems to be like, and he was outside at the time of the murder, so he's probably the one that did it, right? He was outside at the
No.
time, and he's been trying to convince, and he's been trying to get with my wife.
Wait, so why would he kill someone if he's trying to get with your wife? Does your wife like killing people?
No, my
Your wife killed him?
no.
They did it. They got together and had an affair and killed someone together? That is despicable. Do I need to tell the constable this dark deep secret?
He walks
Your
off in
wife
a
has a
half.
thing for bodies.
He walks off in a half. It's like,
Right, the constable then. Filona likes dead people and likes making them dead. Got it. Thank you, Tom.
he's like, about had enough. Yeah. So what does Thurble actually do?
He's going to go to Fiona and say, I heard you like having affairs and killing people at the same time. You're crazy.
She just slaps him.
God. Hey,
uh,
I'm just telling you what I heard in investigation. If it's not true, I need to know.
all right. So
Thurbold's a very nice guy.
under duress, she will take Thurble aside and tell him that yes, she was trying to seduce Brad, but in order to spite her husband. He doesn't like to admit it, though.
So, you were trying to get in with Brad, and you murdered the guy as part of
Did
your
not
romantic
murder
plot?
anyone!
Well, then, have you seen a curved blade in town?
A curved blade?
Yeah.
No!
I don't know about you.
uh, so, yeah. Um,
Maybe you go home and fix things with husband if you think that, you know, you didn't kill
yeah,
someone.
you
Because,
can find me there. And she storms off.
you, you or he may be the one who killed the man. So you better be careful and spend the last little bit of time together before constable come knocking.
Okay.
If we, yeah, I'm going to do this
Hey, Great
as a
Ghost.
part of that. No, not diplomacy, deception. It's the same check.
Yeah, same check. So it's good. It's fine.
Basically, he's trying to layer on a story and make her worried and
Yeah. No, he does
try
a
to make
great
her
job.
think twice about if she's going to make any more regretful choices like that.
Yeah, he does a great job. So that's absolutely successful. Um, but we have enough to put the pieces together.
I think so.
So, what do you think? What do we think? What's your take? What have you come to?
Well, since Peter realizes he can't communicate with people, and Thirlbolt doesn't care and is just kind of tormenting people, he'll Peter will talk to Marigold and try to see if she will negotiate with Thirlbolt and get him to communicate, or if she wants to communicate because he knows he's not good at it. But we know the muddy footprints and the bloody footprint are Lena. However, the curved blade was in Magdalene's house, so we need to know why it was in her house. Why is she covering up for Lena?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, you pretty much got the ins and outs there. So, an investigation ensues based on the evidence that we have discovered. It's clear that either Lena or Magdalena is the murderer, the other is the accessory, and it's pretty clear that Lena was the murderer and that Magdalena is the accessory. Um, Lena, when questioned, points the finger at Magdalene, but the constable's having none of it. She orders a full, proper search of Magdalene's quarters to make sure that we found everything. You already found the sword. You already found the will. Um, Will promises the inn to Lena. Um, the constabulary will find something that, because they do a thorough search, and there was too many other things and whatever, they find one last incriminating piece of evidence, and that is a letter of credit from Lena to Magdalene for 100 gold pieces. He was paid off.
Hey, Melkov.
Hey.
Interesting.
So it has become clear that Magdalene Cholera has been covering for Lena due to having been given 100 gold pieces to go along with the story. Lena has murdered her brother, cold blood, to gain 100% of tavern.
Thurbold's going to elbow Skewer and be like, I told you she did it when we first got here. Like, elbow him.
How did you know
It's like
that?
naughty little Mick.
Did
I
you
told you.
did you organise something? Have you got a cut on this?
I wish. I would like good 100 gold. You want to give me 100 gold to be part? Sure.
With all the evidence that we have, the constabulary will soon arrest Lena for the murder of her brother and imprison her in the barracks. And we are each, as solvers of the crime, given 100 silver pieces each, which is 10 gold each,
Noise.
for helping to uncover the murderer.
Be sure that Magdalene pays too, Constable Marquina. You know, she was very naughty.
So I
Very
will do
obstructing
that.
of justice. You need to make sure she
100
pay for
there.
obstructing justice. I know you like to punish people for obstructing justice. You threatened me with that.
100 there.
Oh.
Well done. How do you feel that that went?
It's good. You did well, man.
All right. And with that, it
And you
is
added the
time.
silver, or are you adding it?
I am
Or
adding the silver now, yeah.
okay.
With that, it
I
is
didn't know if you
time
wanted me
for
to
our
or not.
break. We are going to take a break. That has been a little
Yes.
murder
Coffee.
investigation, which has been fun. Thank you for getting
Mm-hmm.
involved and doing the thing. It was cool. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes with the second half. See you soon, guys.
Yeah. hello, people. How
Hello.
are you? You know who have this voice, yes? Do you know
So,
who have voice like this?
hmm, okay. So, in the hubbub that happens as people are accused and found and discovered and jailed and such, um, it seems in this hubbub of all this craziness, people running around, that Magdalene Calera has somehow slipped through the grasp of the constabulary.
Marika, how could you fail? I told you to get her. Why do you not listen to Thurbold? You say help me, and then you do not listen.
I only have
I
so
cannot
many
believe
resources,
you.
and I can employ them in whatever way I want, so I would suggest to rein in there. And maybe go and find her?
Oh, so do your job for you again.
I will pay you. Now go!
Thurbold's gonna go to Rainier and say, "You want to try to get Miss Marika to look at you a little, yes?"
He says, not against her will.
No, you come help, and we give you credit too for helping with problem, and maybe she like you a little more. You know, you solve problems, and a good thing. Maybe make her look at you a little bit. You know,
Uh,
come,
I'm
come,
just,
come, come.
I'm just like an animal tender. I'm not like you. I don't have combat training.
Oh, we did not either last week.
He says,
Tell you what, dodge, I punch.
he does not dodge. You punch him right in the face. His nose cracks and blood starts pouring out.
No, no, hold on, hold on, hold on. Thurbold has
Yeah,
a zero strength.
that's okay.
So like his punches like probably nothing. So this guy probably doesn't really flinch by it a whole lot, if at
Okay,
all.
okay then. That's fine. Yeah, so you punch him. And he's like,
Decent
"Ow!"
punch. A little bit like Peter. Or maybe you're more like Peter than I thought. I should think about that. Hmm. Of course, Rainier probably doesn't know who Peter is. Skewer, you want to track this nasty little viper to her den and you know, that way we drag her into the sunlight and let her be burned to crisp, yes?
Um, what, what sunlight? What?
Go find lady who was here. Track. Good dog.
He will make a survival check. He says, I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's a set of running footprints right there, and they're leading along here towards the blacksmith. He
Okay,
says,
then let's go to
and
blacksmith.
he says, and if I hear you call me a dog again, you'll be getting the sharp side of this stick.
Well, keep it in your pants. I do not want to see it.
Right, we will make our way. So I'm gonna change our scene because in the blacksmith you find a still open trapdoor that leads
So is the blacksmith aware of it? Or is the so does that mean the blacksmith is dirty too?
well, you might have to ask. Um we're not after the blacksmith at the moment.
Sure will.
Um the trapdoor will just go into a residence. Which is blacksmith residence. And you will see, even now, the fireplace is rolling closed. You hear the stone rolling, and it sort of slams shut.
Before it can slam shut, Peter will launch a chunk of rock into it
Okay,
to hold it open.
sure. It will catch just before it slams shut. It's still grating against it as if it's trying to
We need to go
close.
into hole. I know you like hole skewer, so let's go deep into cave and find the perpetrator.
All right. As you are going through the house, you do see the blacksmith here. If you want to talk to her, she is in her home. She's currently over here. I can
You'd be up
put
here?
her in there. Yeah,
Okay.
I will.
What associations do you have with this individual, Magdalene? Could she come to your place when she in trouble? Are you trouble too, Missy Miss?
Okay, so where are we? Irina. That's the one. There she is.
Irina, are you dirty with Magdalene? Are you
Dirty.
dirty too? Why Magdalene come to your place?
Goes. Don't move him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, I suppose you can, but something's gonna happen. Of course, something's gonna happen.
Well, you said not to. It's fine.
Um, she says, "This goes deeper than you think," and she's going to transform. So I'm gonna have her over here, and then we are going to replace her with it. Here you
Oh,
go, champ.
beautiful.
Mmm, yummy. And it has a reaction in the charade. Transformed with change shape, another creature moves action, reverts to its natural form, and can make a strike before the initiative is rolled. So, be like, this goes deeper than you think. We'll target Thurball with a claw attack, and then we will roll initiative. Oh, there's the claw
Of
attack.
course.
Ow.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. And then we will
It's
populate
only
and
half my
encounter.
health.
Yeah, of course.
Great. They act at the same time. Why did it say
Yeah,
shoot before him
I'm
then?
gonna have. No, you can go before.
So he'll scream to the others, Beast, help! This thing is trying to kill me. I do not
Yeah,
want to
and it's
die. I want to
disgusting.
see the sands.
It's disgusting. Look at this thing.
So he's going to say, if you want deep, then you should talk to my friend Skewer. He likes it when you go deep.
Gross. Oh,
She did not like that.
he did not. So that means
See,
that.
that's a frustrating thing. He's not bad at it. I just apparently can't roll.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been sheathed.
Yeah, I'll have to go through and sheath everything too. We weren't expecting something to jump out at us.
Well, he would have been walking around with a sword cane because it's a sword cane. He wouldn't have had his short bow out. So he would go ahead and unsheath the sword cane
I mean, the last
or
time we
let the
heard
scabbard drop off.
the last time that we heard, she was just running away. So, and we didn't even
Yeah.
know that this one was going to turn on, like, it was someone that would fight. Oh.
So he'll have one or two actions to do stuff.
So it becomes clear in this moment that perhaps the person that used to be the blacksmith has been taken over
Yeah.
by this doppelganger who is pretending to be her. Quite successfully.
And that's all he has because he can't do anything.
Yeah. Now,
Oh,
yeah, so I guess it's gonna get attacks, and Purple is not the
the
one that.
dice just do not like me at all. Why are they consistently rolling below 10 for everything in combat with Thurbold?
Okay. And she misses just barely, thanks to the dodge, right? Was that the dodge that did the
Yep.
+2? Yeah. So thanks to the dodge, misses. Will then make a deception check to try to feign, which also does not work.
Nope.
And we'll try with the last attack, which also does not work. The doppelganger tries to claw at Thurbol, who dodges nimbly out of the way.
Oh, you got me once. You cannot get me twice.
All right, Peter. So looks like Marigold is in the doorway. It's kind of awkward, but
He
Small
can't really get in there
places.
realistically, so he's just going to lean around above her head and just fling shots in there because
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We'll narrate that that's fine.
there's nothing else he can actually do otherwise.
Yep. Yeah, just lob.
So he has her targeted. Um, two action. Yeah, it'd be a blast. Please hit.
Oh, that's not a hit. That's
Would
a
be a hit.
crit. Okay, roll your damage, sir. Your critical damage. 20. Boom. And
And
persistent
bleeding
bleed.
6.
Wow.
That's
Massive.
metal crit.
Yeah. So what is it that you fling out? This piece of metal?
It's just a shard of metal. It's a jagged shard of metal. You abomination. You are not a smith. You are a freak of nature. This is metal work. Hurrah!
Yeah. It goes right like into her and just like sticks in. There's a shard of piercing metal that is literally embedded in her flesh.
Yeah, just a jagged chunk of metal. Did
Anything
you ever
else?
play Dungeon Siege?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an old game. Well, in that game, one of the spells you could actually get for combat magic was metal shards, and you basically just fling out metal shards. It's
That's all.
essentially kind of what this is. It's just it's a metal shard that goes flying out.
Yeah, that's all he can do, isn't it? Because
Yep.
he put his aura up.
Activate fire. Yep.
All right. Marigold will move into the room. Try and make some space. And Mystic Armor should have been cast, so I'll just. That's. I guess she's in town, so she's actually going to cast this now. He wasn't
No,
expecting.
actually, we were traveling,
Oh, we
and she
were
would expect
traveling.
have the potential to
Because
be
this is.
ambushed.
Yeah, this is evening. Yeah, that's
So
true.
I agree that she would actually have it active already because she would expect that we might get ambushed. And you said she does it every morning while we're traveling. So the day hasn't elapsed. If it was
That's
tomorrow
true.
morning, yeah, she'd have to cast it. But no, it's that night.
That is true.
She still has it on. It hasn't expired yet.
Oh, she
Ugh.
actually misses for the first time in forever with Slashing Gust.
Right?
She has been so good at that, but she's just like, oh, wow, what is this? Dear, oh my lord!
My finger is not working.
Skewer is going to
Skewer, help me.
move to there.
Before the beast eats you too.
Hey, thanks, Blue Dragon, for the lurk. Appreciated.
Enjoy the luck, dragon.
Is
It's going
going
pretty good, man. How
to
you doing?
draw the pike, and then we're going to try a snagging strike with it. Snagging strike. Nope. Um, we'll
You
just.
know, this is going to take forever if you don't actually roll a 10 or up like
Yeah,
me.
yeah. I mean, sorry, Turbo. He's in position.
What did I say?
That
Hey, that
that'll
hit.
hit, and it's flanked.
Yep.
Nice damage.
Did you know that skewer likes to penetrate things? Enjoy, since you enjoy being lady.
Oh,
Hey!
awesome! -2 to will saves. Unfortunately, Marigold doesn't have any will save spells yet. I don't think. We'll get there. I just we've oh, a second.
Yeah, at least now the doppelganger knows that skewer wants to pierce her.
Yeah, I'm sure she's thrilled.
Most people are when skewer shoves his, pointy stick up through their gut and hoists them in the air like they're a flag.
Ah,
Exactly as Silver Wolf. The finger guns aren't working. Marigold forgot to
it's
reload them. She's working on it.
the doppelganger is going
So it's
to.
the nasty critter's turn.
Ugh, surrounded. She's gonna try and flee. She's hurt, so she's gonna try and move away. But Skewer
I
has
will
an
say
attack.
that's going to take extra movement. The kinetic order, I believe, makes it difficult terrain or
Nice.
something like that. Let me look. Or is that something you have to take? Hold on. Okay, no, you have to take something for it. Never mind.
She takes some
But there's
damage
dirt and
to
metal chunks floating around.
there. She will try to move past Peter.
Skewer hit. Nice.
Yep. We're going to make a claw attack against Peter.
Really? Just running out and hitting poor Peter.
Yep. And she's going to move toward the 1, 2, 3. Toward the flame.
What's her movement?
She moved once to get to here. I think it's just 1, 2,
Because
3,
that
4.
was
1,
25, 30,
2.
50.
She's only moved.
That was more than that
It's
was
two
like 3
movements.
actions of movement, wasn't it?
No, 2 movements. Let me draw it. 5, 10,
5,
15. Yeah.
10,
Yeah. And then,
15,
actually, she
20,
wouldn't be able to get quite there, I
25,
don't think. 10.
2,
You can get here.
15.
25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5,
Wow.
10. Yeah. She gets to there. It's 2 movements and an
Okay.
attack. Nothing else. Peter? Oh, she takes bleed damage.
Yay. 5 damage.
Like a recovery check, which she fails.
Yay. Critical failure. If only that made her bleed more.
Ha.
Right?
That
You're
would be
muted, by
so
the way.
I'm muted. Why am I muted?
At least I'm not hearing you. I don't think I'm muted. Nope, I'm not muted. Because if I turn the volume up, I hear me, but I don't hear you. Uh-oh. Matt will be back.
Alright,
Hi, Matt.
be
Yeah, I
back.
can hear you.
Yeah. Alright.
So I missed what you said.
Yeah, 2 lots of 25 movement and an attack. And she took some bleed, and it's Peter's turn. She's nearly dead.
He's going to move up to her. No, because if he does that, he won't be able to do the other. Yeah. He's going to punch it. Blast you to oblivion.
And beyond.
Die, foul beast.
Oh.
Oh. Not a crit, though. So close.
I don't think it's gonna matter. Oh.
9 damage.
Yeah. This shard of
Punches
metal
out another.
punches into her.
Yep.
Skewers her to the
She's
ground.
down. She's a disgusting creature. Turbold and I have blood seeping out of our wounds. But I think we need to move on now.
Yeah, otherwise we might not catch up. Let's keep going.
Precisely. So he's just
Alright.
going to go up there and just rip the door open.
Yep. And there's another trap. Yep, so there is a secret door and then another trap door, and it leads further underground. We are going to go now here. And we need to rearrange. Who would be going first? So this is the he would probably be one of
He
the
would have
first
his
ones.
armor on, so Skewer Peter with
Something like
the
this,
other two in
yeah.
the back.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
hold on. Let's do this because that messed up.
Okay.
I accidentally did it. There we go.
Okay. Let me just find my notes.
So he's going to have his sword cane in one hand and a deck of cards in the other.
Okay. We are going to have one of these. Okay, so we have another Assassin's Guild member here. Potentially the same one, even. And I think it would be cool to have it be the same one who has also gained some experience and done some stuff. Because we liked that narrative. That one is here, but has skilled up since then, as we have.
I take it they're going to be super friendly when we come down.
Oh, yes, super friendly.
Do we immediately begin or what?
Oh, yeah. Sure do. This is the combat section of today's.
Well, apparently with the screams they're expecting to see us.
They, yes, certainly are. And so, a few things that you notice, okay? Coming down into this area. There are iron bars here that have like an iron door in it that is currently closed. The iron door is made of iron bars, so it's just iron bars fashioned as a door. But they are all closed. But you can see right through. Um, because they're, you know, half a foot or something. Like
Yeah.
something like that between them. And as you come on down, she was the that one was a she, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she will just fire at whoever she sees first. So on a D2, one will be Peter, two will be Skewer. Whoever comes down first. So 1D2. Boom. Oh. Gonna target Peter. Peter comes plodding down. Going to make a strike with the dueling pistol. This might, what I'm thinking of doing is making this weak. Because we also have a locked gate here. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that making that weak is best here. It is an appropriate moderate encounter normally, with one of it and four of us. We have way more actions than it, but we also have a negative because we can't get to her.
Skewer can't do anything
Strike.
unless he has a ranged weapon.
Oh my.
Told you. The game does not like my characters. And I don't
Oh,
know.
that's rough, man. That is rough. Okay, so here it is. This is gonna hurt. 16.
Eh,
That's not too bad, actually, considering it was 2d10s.
no. Peter's
Uh,
seen better days. He's nearly dead. Half dead. Well, he is half dead.
reloads. And then, as a secondary attack, we'll toss this. Oh my lord. Alright. So does that damage, and then the splash damage to everyone. Splash.
Who
Splash.
is that at?
Peter. Splash. Ow. That's her turn. And then it's Thurbol's turn. Jeez.
Apparently, we're all supposed to succeed a fort save as well, or become deafened.
Just all creatures within 10 feet, yeah. So let's do
Great.
that. Failure, failure. Oh no! I think I might
Told
re-roll
you.
for Marigold. Maybe. Because if we're deafened, that's gonna suck. Skewer. You success. I'm gonna
Hey,
re-roll. I'm gonna spend my hero point on Marigold. Welcome in, Dementia. Welcome in.
Twin welcome in. How you doing, man?
19. Folks, if you've not seen Dimension 119 before, he's a good friend to the channel. Previous player on our Cyberpunk game, and enjoyer of all types of role playing games and things. Been doing some DayZ and all sorts of fun. Cool guy. Go and give him a follow. Share the love around. Good to have you with us. As always, I am spending a hero point to re-roll because if she's deafened, we're gonna have a very difficult time.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Right, so we haven't had this interaction before. So, Peter, you're deafened, and Marigold is deafened.
Yep.
It's not so bad for Peter.
Nope.
Do you know about this interaction?
If you perform an action that requires the auditory trait, you must succeed a flat 5 check, or it's
Yeah.
lost.
Yep. So every time she wants to cast a spell,
Yeah.
she has to pass flat 5 to even have it go off because she can't hear herself like say the words. It's it's horrid.
But do all spells have the auditory trait? Because I'm looking at your
Yeah.
spells and they don't say auditory on them.
Yes. Every spell has the auditory trait.
Okay.
Yes.
Because they're not showing on the spell itself. That's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Fun. Fun.
Great.
Yeah. So that's why I re-rolled,
Cool,
but
cool.
we failed, folks. So it does sound rough.
We're rolling like Sylvan.
Thurball, it's your turn. Yeah, well, I think we're all right. DMX has had better times in his life, but we're getting through it, and I'm well, thank you. The Thurball could see perfectly well through the iron gate. Just like the Gilded Gunner can.
Yeah, but he currently has his card, so he wants to get a little bit closer.
Fair enough.
So it's going to move here. And be like, let's play cards, you nasty creature.
Thurball, with your keen vision, and given that you are approaching those that iron gate, you can continue with your turn, but you see that there is a lever over here. Probably opens it.
Would hitting it with a thrown iron be enough to knock it open?
Ah, you think that would be incredibly difficult. You think it would be much more likely if you threw like a grappling hook, like if you fired a grappling arrow, or have you got a grappling arrow? You might have a grappling.
I don't think he has a grappling arrow. He has one sleep arrow,
Has a
no
sleep
grappling arrows.
arrow. Hmm. We don't have any in the
Not that I can see.
stash. Nope. Okay. So, yeah, you think that maybe throwing a rope and lassoing it, you could do that, but not with a normal arrow.
So it has to be pulled and not pushed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to manipulate it, yeah.
All right, so he'll try the rope since he has one.
Okay. Yeah. So it'll
What check would that
be
be?
just fire as if you're shooting, because you're throwing the rope, and then it will be an athletics check to pull it once it's on.
No, wrong button.
Yeah, so that's accurate. Athletics check.
Okay. Not very good at that.
No, but it doesn't need to be that high.
Oh, he has a 0 on athletics, so it's just whatever he rolls.
Okay, you think one more attempt like that, and you've got it, but not with a single
So he,
attempt.
yep. So he's gonna yell at Peter and Skewer and be like, "Would one of you come and please pull this rope? I am not strong. I do not have strength like you."
All right, Marigold might stay there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Um, she's thinking probably a protector tree might be good. And since Thurbold's gotten hurt, actually, she might.
Thurbold and Peter both are
Oh,
smite
Peter's
pretty good.
very hurt. In that case, we're gonna cast a heal on Peter. Actually, you know what? No, we are just gonna do this.
Interesting
Every
choice.
every one of us will get healed for that. She uses all 3 actions.
So it looks like Skewer was down a little bit, and so was she. So
Yep, she gets healed.
only a couple points.
Yeah, I think that that's
Cool.
pretty decent.
Yeah,
But that's all of her actions. So she
but I
channels
mean,
Mab and
it's helpful.
radiates healing around her, and all of us get a little bit of that. So that's good. Peter, it's your turn.
Peter is going to use one action to reach and grab the rope from Thurbold since he's a big boy. I think he probably can reach halfway in that square to grab it from little man. What do you think?
I need him to be adjacent, please. But he can move and make an athletics
Okay.
check.
And we'll have him do an athletics check. You said you wanted him adjacent.
Yeah, that's fine. So clonk, and this will open.
So now Skewer can get in.
Yep.
And he's just going to, with where we're at, let a chunk of stone fly at this guy.
Yep. Lady. This lady.
Oh, right. This lady. Eat stone. Bitter stone. And of course, we got to roll under a 10 so we can miss.
Skewer will take advantage of being able to get in there.
And get in there.
And get in there. Make a snagging strike. Hmm. So she is now off guard. Oop. And takes that damage. Would you mind doing the damage for me?
Yep. I can do
And
that.
he will try to combat grab with his last action.
Noise.
Not enough. Alright, it is the assassin's turn. Is off guard. He's going to try to move, which will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Skewer does
Come
that.
on, Skewer.
That'll do.
Nice.
6 points. Can you do that for me? Is Peter holding on to
Holding the rope? Yeah.
the rope? Okay. What is your athletics DC?
um, 18. Here. Or you can note it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
So moves, tries to throw the lever to close the door. And then will shoot at Skewer.
Nope.
And hasn't reloaded. Thurbolt, door is still open, but she is trying to close it.
You're a very foolish creature, you know. Actually, you'd stay back one more.
I mean, smart,
You
but, not that
no,
smart.
no, 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 no. He's taunting her. You're a very foolish creature. You should just surrender instead of being so foolish. But I do not think you have the brains to surrender, so I think we'll just have to kill you and feed your corpse to the worms. Nice knowing you. Farewell.
Oh, yeah. And she's off guard, thanks to Skewer. Actually, she's not because she's moved away. Either way, you still hit. I'll still do that damage, that's fine. Just have to remove it now. There we go. Anything else?
You know, I really like gambling with your life. Do you?
Oh, that was nearly good. Nearly good. Marigold. Ugh, she is. Her ears are ringing. She's gonna have to move as well. Yep, that's as far as she can move. Um, I think she's going to just battle medicine on Peter this stage.
Okay.
Continue to try and keep the rest of us up because her ears are ringing and she's not sure whether she can actually cast a spell.
Okay.
And she doesn't need to speak to, to, to actually roll medicine.
Yeah.
So he is bandaged for 10. And I don't know where you found
It's all
the
good. I gotcha.
buff, but debuff. And it will be Peter's turn. Thank you.
Peter's going to see its close quarters and be like, do not know if I can fit in there.
He can. It's gonna require you can because you have to squeeze past Marigold, so that'll cost
Yeah,
more. You'll be able to get to here.
that's the problem. Why bother? I might as well just punch stone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eat stone, evil doer. What? Come on.
Uh,
These dice, I tell you.
there's a better one.
Oh, now.
Yeah, with the one that isn't two action. Still damage. Damage is good. We like damage. That's good damage too.
Chunk of stone just smacks her. My robe.
All right.
Do not need the door
Skewer
closed
is
or
gonna
open to hit you.
move here.
You already have a skewer with you.
And is gonna try a snagging strike. Is gonna try to grab her. There we go.
Hey.
It does damage and grabs.
Is that all for him?
Yeah, he moved and he's made 2 attacks.
Okay. Be back to the assassin's turn.
Who is grabbed now. Not loving that. Oh, I missed something for it too. As. Oh, didn't reload. Never mind.
Nope. That's why.
Yeah. Did have a shot of opportunity there. If you have a look at that shot of opportunity, it's absolutely ridiculous, but did not have a loaded weapon.
Has to be loaded. Which is probably technologically wise. It should be a crossbow, not a pistol. But
Cannot manipulate. It's going to be hard, so we're going to try and escape. That'll work. So we escape from the grab.
yeah, because it's 22 for his athletics. Disappointing.
Yeah. We'll reload now. And then we'll try to get away, which will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
3, 4, 5. And skewer going to make that attack of opportunity. So here's the breaching pike. Bloop. That
Hit.
is enough. Every little bit. 5 something. Alright. Thurbolt. He keeps
Where
running
do you think
away,
you're running?
but is still up. And you think she's trying to get somewhere. Looks like she's trying to get away.
Where do you think you're going, you crazy lady? Do you not know Skewer does not let people go? He tracks them down to the ends of the earth. I deal you. You shall not go far.
Ooh, nice. Ooh.
Marigold, you're up.
We need to deal the damage there. Marigold. What do we got? He's still got the head ringing. Canister.
How long does that last for?
The head ringing? Let's find
Yeah.
out. It is Understone. Um, Understone. Oh, until the end of the next turn. Well, the end of the next turn's
Okay, so
gone,
that'd
so
be already gone.
she's not deafened.
So she's good.
She
Yay, that's
is.
why we asked. It's like, I don't see a time on it. How long does this thing last for?
Now, she could just do a
Gee.
slashing gust, but she could also do flourishing flora to try and make it prone. Do we just want her to do damage at the moment?
Up to you. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, let's try and do damage. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna cast that. We're gonna make attack. Boom. Nice. Oh. Oh. All right.
Hmm.
And then
This game.
and then we are going to Wilding Word. Can you make the save on the assassin, please? That's a failure.
Nope.
So if the assassin tries to hurt Marigold, she'll be sickened. Peter? You know what? Maybe Marigold might not. Oh, it's alright. It's too late. It's done. It's done. I just thought I should move, but it's a bit late for that. Weapon infusion.
Eat stone.
It's still. Oh, yeah. Oh, 6. Still damage. Still damage.
Mm. Ding, 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 ding. Give her all the paper cuts, and eventually she'll collapse. Skewer.
You know, get away. Oh. We have to do that as a press, don't we? Yeah. Strike with snagging.
Yay.
And try and combat grab. Do we? No, he's going. He's going.
Do we want to
Oh!
crit? Yes, we do want to
Well,
crit.
she's dead.
Probable. Yup.
She's dead.
Skewer just like hits her and then grabs her and just like
Jams her into the floor. All right, you're not going anywhere. Okay, and with that, it looks like all creatures have met their demise.
wow.
And Skewer can see that there is a undepicted door over here that would have meant the escape of this particular assassin right there. So we got there just in time.
What is this place? What is going on here?
That's a good question. This does not look like a casual underground meeting area. It looks like
No,
something else is going
not
on.
casual at all.
All right, and you find
How many
a
more are beasts?
you find a
Yeah,
desk
sorry.
over here, and uh, it has a list on it, printed out list of potential
Mm,
targets for assassination. The target that is printed for uh, Elduin's Reach is listed here under the name of. Find my notes. Um, then uh, Mayne, Maenae, and you will all recognize that that is the name of the town cleric and medic. So, this is the second time that we've had an assassination against a town cleric, medic, medicine person
yeah.
type thing. We had Phip the Prophet, and
Yep.
now we've got Mayne. And Mayne is a human, so there's not another, at this stage, um, obvious connection.
Yeah.
And there's a number of other names and towns, and each of our characters' towns is listed, and there is an NPC listed in each of the towns that we have come from for assassination. And each of our characters, being from that town, would recognize that that is the medic slash cleric slash healer of that town.
So does that mean Marigold's name is on the list?
Marigold is not on the list. She is not the cleric slash medic. She is a midwife. She does
She's the medic
midwifery,
healer, but not. Yeah.
but she wasn't that skilled. There was actually a better cleric,
Ah,
and the cleric of the town is listed there. Hmm. So
this is a problem. This is not good.
now,
We're going to have to present this to the elders at the meeting.
indeed,
Do not think they will be happy.
no.
Oh, that means we may not get to go back home to the warm sands.
So you can pick that up, and we also have loot.
Yep.
So while I divvy out some loot, which will include um, the rewards that this town gives for doing their things, why don't you go through now any information that this town has in relation to our ongoing investigation? Are you awake enough to do that?
Is there something specific you're talking about, or just
I
make
thought
stuff
that
up
you
yourself?
had something for this town to know, or something that you wanted to do here.
Oh,
Do you
I was saying we
remember?
should have something on the way through. Give me a moment.
It's
Groggy
okay.
brain.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks in groggy brain with chaos.
Yeah. If you can't think of it, it probably doesn't matter as much.
It's been a while and things happen.
It's all good, man.
Then again, the doppelganger didn't help with that. That was creepy.
It was creepy. Alright, so I'm gonna go into the stash.
So where's Magdalene then? Because she's still the one that we're trying to find. Is she not here?
Um No, she will be here. I just
Or
haven't
was
I haven't got it depicted.
no? It's fine. So she's here.
Yeah.
So Skewer or Peter will grab her and shape stone around her wrists to hold her and heft her over his shoulder like a bad sack of potatoes. You are a naughty lady. You are going to have to suffer and pay great price for your terrible deeds.
Okay. Yep. So you catch up to her, you do that. Um Excellent. And I'm gonna read out the loot in a little bit, so I'm just divvying it out here.
Yep, take your time. You're all good. Um, no, I was saying we could. That's what it was when we were stopping in. I was saying we could um try to look into some of the lore of Elduin's Watch and find out who and what some,
Oh yeah.
as there could be connections between that and the previous cult and activities that we had. Or oh, the other thing was we said one of the there was a scholar here that had information about the cult of eternal frost and what they were trying to do.
Oh yeah.
So that's what it was. There was a scholar we were going to try to talk to on our way through. We'll probably need to do that in the morning since probably by this time it's fairly late evening,
Yeah.
given that we had the investigation and then all of this.
Yeah.
And you don't want to, go ask someone for a favor and information
Indeed.
that late. Um,
All right.
Peter would take Magdalene and go check and make sure that the medic is still okay. And then make sure that the constable is made aware that there was assassination attempt or list, and show the document. Well, Thurbold has a document, so he'd show her.
Okay. So I'm gonna. Okay. Yep, that's fine.
Yep, you're good, man. Take your time.
I'm marking some things as evidence. The things that are marked as evidence we cannot sell. All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Awesome. Everything else is good. And yeah, anything that's on them we can have looted. Cool. Right. So as for our loot, things that we've gotten 2 dark vision elixirs, we've gotten 2 healing potion lessers, we've got 2 yarrow root bandages. They also have already given us our reward for finding the killer, so that's already been spread out.
Silver, yep.
So yeah, that are our current rewards. Um, we head over to, what is it, Archivist? Said or
Yeah, something like that. Um,
do you
is there
want
any
to?
way to tell who the doppelgangers are? Because if there's one and there's assassins at work, we need to know if there's any other connections here in town. So interrogate Magdalene and find out if there's any other connections
Yeah.
or
Well, she will come
individuals.
clean of everything that she knows. Um,
She knew the blacksmith was a fake.
she did not know that the blacksmith was a fake, but she knew that the blacksmith had this room, which is why she came down here. But she didn't know that she was a monster.
Is there a way to identify those monsters? Is something Thurbold wants to know.
She doesn't know. She doesn't think so, though.
Well, no. Like Thurbold wants to examine the doppelganger and see if there's some way to identify them before they change shape.
Okay.
See if there's some
Make a recall
signs or
knowledge.
something to identify them. And he will talk with Marigold about that as well.
Yep, so she'll recall knowledge as well. The recall knowledge that you need is society. $20, just enough. Just scrape that by. Exactly 20. Um, Doppelgangers are manipulative, self-serving. They don't have their own society. They have individual motivations, unique impulses, interests. Many are overindulgent. They are careful and patient, and their homes always have at least one, if not more, bottles of that liquid that you found. The
That
vinegar.
liquid?
Yeah, the vinegar.
Oh,
The pickled vinegar.
interesting.
Yeah.
So is Magdalene a doppelganger?
Magdalene? No, he isn't.
You said it was Magdalene's house that we found the saber in, and the pickled.
Maybe I misplayed it a little bit. Let me just check. I'm a
It's
human
okay.
being.
I'm trying to make sure I make sense of it.
Let me check. Magdalene was running away. Okay. Okay. So, I misplayed that a little bit. Okay. So,
It's okay. I'm just trying to understand.
yeah. Um, what I will say is when we came through the house, Irina, the blacksmith, did turn on us, but she was just a blacksmith or part of the Assassin's Guild. Um,
Okay.
we killed her. Magdalene down here turned into the thing, the doppelganger. She was the doppelganger, so we'll have that as that.
Okay.
And then, and actually, what I'll do is instead of having, because this makes more sense, instead of having an extra down here, the Assassin's Guild member down here is Irina. Okay, so Irina wasn't up
Okay.
there. Irina was down
That's
here,
fine.
and it's just reversed. But that's what it is. Magdalene is the shape changer. I apologize. I got my fingers in a twist.
It's okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
So if that was the case, then they
Yeah, there'd be
both
more.
were,
Yeah, no.
and we need to check everyone's house for pickling juice
Yeah, no,
or
we
pickling
can have a
vinegar.
look around town and ask about pickling
Oh,
juices and what's
absolutely.
not,
Will.
and there isn't. But that is something that we can look for in our other settlements, and we can send word to them to like
Yeah.
be on the lookout for that. So that's that. Um, yeah. So they're all dead. The two that were here. So Magdalene, who is a doppelganger, had her own stuff, got paid off by um,
So Magdalene was the doppelganger and
yes,
isn't with the assassins.
correct.
She just came to where the assassins were to try to escape.
Yes, knew about it, used
Okay.
their stuff again, own self-serving bullshit, and then the assassin happened to be down here, and it's Irina.
Yep. Got it. We're good.
Cool. But yeah, it's clear that they've been planning this. Maybe this area down here has been here longer than anyone remembers, and it's just been forgotten. Maybe the Assassin's Guild uses it. Maybe someone else used it. We don't really have that information, but we do have the list of people to potentially be assassinated here. So there's that.
Clean it up, set booby traps, warn the constable, and make it look, close it back up like nothing happened,
Mm-hmm.
and tell them to keep an eye out.
Yeah. As a trajectory, um, this is enough encounters to get us to the level. And we said that when we got to the moot, that would be the level. So it's up to you whether you want to
We can
have
do it now. It's fine.
one last session or to get us there now and to expedite it. What are you thinking?
We can just do it now.
Okay.
I just said by the time we get to the moot, we need to be level. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be at the moot.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to level up, and the moot will be The next thing. So our
Well, the next thing would be the scholar here, if
scholar,
we
yeah,
want,
yeah.
and then finish our travel back to the moon
Do
and report
you
in with the
want to
others.
generate the scholar's info for next time rather than trying to figure it out
Sure.
now? Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Because we're
So
we're pretty close. I don't want to get into the whole RP thing with the scholar and then have to try to play rush the scholar.
yeah. Well, we
Just
can
doesn't fit right if it's supposed to be a scholar.
we can shoot the breeze and talk about our level ups if we want, and then
Yeah,
and
I
just
think now's a great time to shoot the breeze about our level ups and get that done. That is ideal.
cool. All right, let's do Skewer first
So
because he's less complicated. Much less complicated. We just have an archetype
just hit
feat.
4. So rogue feat, skill increase.
Already taking combat grab. Already got snagging strike.
Juggler dedication has focus juggler.
Okay, I guess we're gonna do suplex. So suplex means that Skewer, if he has something grabbed, can knock them prone and do damage to them potentially, as well as everything else.
Nice.
Um, Class feat for fighter. Just want non-archetype. So level 4. Don't want powerful shielded strike. You have your shield raised, you can strive to move half without triggering reactions. Maybe. Slam down. Make a melee strike. An attempt to trip. Vibe. Quick reversal. The flanked, yeah. Let's do quick reversal. So When I'm flanked, you are flanked by at least two enemies. Make a melee strike against one of the flanking enemies and make a second strike with the same weapon against a different enemy that is flanking you. Has the same multiple attack penalty and doesn't count toward your multiple attack penalty. Like,
Wow.
get out of here. And then a skill feat. I think maybe Combat Climber will do. But I'll have a look. Sure, there's nothing else. Surefoot. That. Favored terrain. No. Have that.
Uh, so I took Reflex Catch for Thurbold, and then I need to do a class feat and a skill feat.
Cool.
If you have any suggestions, I'm open to them.
Not right now. I might in a minute. Just looking through. Wow, your dog is really upset.
Yeah, he probably needs to go out.
Let's do Powerful Leap. Okay, that's all. That's it for him. Pretty simple.
Sabotage. Interesting.
Alright, it's going to be a lot more complex for Marigold. Level 4 skill feat and
Interesting.
witch feat. So, let's have a look. Yep, what's interesting?
Sabotage. I'm trying to figure out how it could actually be used. You basically just really good at breaking things. I mean, I guess we could use it on like a door or something if we can't pick it or something like that and just break a hole in something.
We are gonna
Or people's gear, but it has to be
cackle.
have moving parts, not be a melee weapon.
Oh, and we're learning the cackle hex.
What? Did something on Marigold that said you couldn't do?
Yeah, I know. There we go. Alright, so cackle hex. I haven't been giving her the hex buff either. I really need to be doing that.
You do.
I need to find out where it is in Foundry.
What is it?
So when you cast or sustain a hex, your familiar gains imprecise scent. tremor sense, or wave sense, and it can immediately point out as a free action.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's one of the less powerful ones, but I just
Yeah.
really liked the wild theme, and I didn't really want a power game anyway. We're here to tell a story. Um, okay. So I've taken Cackle, which means that I can sustain without taking an action, or it's a free action to sustain now.
Yeah.
And we are going to take an archetype feat that is going to be a new dedication. What is it called in here? That's going to be fun to find that. Um,
Mm.
it's Scion. Yeah, Scion. So take
I'm gonna do
that.
mug. It just sounds funny. Unless you have a better one to give him.
No, Mug's good. Scion of Demora. So, this is what we've been ramping up to this whole time.
Right?
Alright, so you gain a spirit guide ally. Your familiar takes on the form of a spirit guide specific familiar. You can take Scion of Demora dedication even if you have the familiar master dedication and have not taken two other familiar master feats. You can't select another dedication feat until you have gained at least two other feats from either Scion of Demora or Familiar Master. And we're gonna effectively rename it to Scion of Mab because Mab is our patron.
Well, you'd have to make sure that he appreciates that rename. A creature who said that they've been sitting there waiting for Mab's servant to come so they can leave. Being called a scion of Mab, I'm sure he's going to be upset.
Yeah. And then our skill feat.
I don't know what to do for a skill feat for Thurbold.
Gonna do board. Board medic. So when you use treat disease or treat wounds, you can treat up to two targets. I now get to do double with the same amount of time. We can burn less time. And then let's look at our spells. Make sure all of our spell ranks are done as well. Gonna have to go and find the books for that. I'll play. Okay, remastered. I think it's player tour 2 with the witch. Nope, player call 1. So we've leveled up. The number of your spells increases.
I'm already Orid.
First. Okay. So.
Oh, wow.
Two new
That's going to
spells.
be helpful.
5-3.
So I can either make Peter Stone, the Orid, an Orid, and get a level 1 Ancestry feat.
Hmm.
Or I can make it where he can summon an elemental.
Oh.
I mean, it has to be Earth Elemental, but still.
Still, an extra thing on the field.
Body on the field with how rough things are going. I think that's what we're going to do. We've been having a bit of a hard time. We're going to go with Stone Guardian.
Yeah. Level. We want things with will saves. Um, we've already got fear. So level 2 spells with will saves. Because the reason why we want that is because Thurbol makes things have less will save, so we want things that target will save. Because that's how this game
It's not a bad
works.
idea.
That's how this game works. Fortitude. Pretty good as well. Cauterize wound. Cleanse affliction.
Oh, wow. Peter could make people be petrified if they crit fail his save. Or slowed 1 if they fail.
Load 1 is excellent.
They have to do a melee attack or unarmed attack on him.
Still.
Oh, it's an overflow, though. Ugh. Ugh, it's overflow. You know what overflows do, right?
I do.
I don't like overflows. Because overflows mean you're no longer in your stance.
Yeah.
They're powerful, but then you have to reactivate, which means you have to put your channel elements up, which means that you're basically burning it and you're going to have to re-up it, which is an action. It's one thing if you could do it for free, like later on.
Man, finding a will save is really tough. Fortitude.
Ah, it requires fire.
And is there just nothing? Might have to like.
Earth metal. What does this do?
That's a reflex save. And okay, I'm gonna have to go back to first level and see if I can heighten one. There's just hardly any will saves. Not one common spell at second level has a will save. Not one. Not a single one. Chilling reflex. Fortitude.
Whirling grindstone.
Fear. Already got fear.
Creature can interact with the grindstone to sharpen its metal weapon, granting a +2 circumstance bonus to the next damage roll. Interesting.
Third. Reflex. Man. It's reflex. Fortitude. Alright, well, it looks like we're not getting that. So, we've already got Tailwind. We'll instead get buffs, I guess. I thought I could do a thing with Will, but I can't. So, let's get Brine Dragon Bile. That's Dragon. Let's get that. And then we'll get a buff as our last thing. Maybe Cauterize Wounds. Maybe Cleanse Affliction. Dispel Magic.
Oh, wow. How much silver would it take to have light bulk of silver
Light bulk of
or
silver.
other precious metal
1 chunk.
or cold iron or 1 chunk? If I take this, we need to get a couple chunks of metal. I can make it where any of my impulse attacks that are metal are plated in the treasured metal. So I can make all my metal attacks silver or cold iron just by holding silver or cold iron.
Okay. That seems good.
I'm considering that one.
Yeah, fair enough. This flourishing flora is not working out, so
So the two that I'm considering, and you can help me pick which one, is whirling grindstone or plate and treasure. Plate and treasure is one way of saying where I can make the impulse be of any type. Whirling grindstone makes a whirling grindstone made of flint appears in an occupied square within 30 feet. It shreds flesh and shoots sparks. Attempt an impulse attack. Roll against the AC of a creature adjacent to the grindstone. On a hit, it takes 2d6 slashing plus d6 fire. It lasts until the end of your next turn. You can sustain it for up to a minute. If you sustain it, it can move up to 20 feet. Creature within reach of the grindstone can interact with it and gain +2 damage on the next attack roll. So I could see that working for Skewer if he wanted to up his weapon damage. Otherwise, I think plated and treasure is better.
yeah. I think being able to make it whatever you're doing, like that's fantastic. I think do that.
Okay. So you think plated and treasure is good, and then we'll just have to buy
Yeah.
the materials. And it doesn't have to be anything special. It just has to be of light bulk. So if we find a
Yeah, just chunk,
random
just a chunk. Yeah, great. That's
thing,
awesome.
like unfortunately, it doesn't have to be an ingot, is what I'm saying. Like any chunk of metal.
Okay. Now I have to change Visa, and I'll have to find um
Mm-hmm.
a new picture. Um, so we are going to do this because Visa no longer has a master. What we're gonna do
Pizza is
is
technically gone because we said
gone.
last
Yeah,
time
yeah,
she
yeah.
disappeared.
So I'm actually gonna put her in Soveza folder for the moment. And then we're
Yeah.
going to add a party member, which is going to be a familiar. And this familiar, I did have a name that I wanted, but I think I've lost it. So I'll find another one now. Just gonna put a placeholder here for the moment. Fox. Okay. So we're gonna select Marigold as the master. We are going to
I still need to figure out skill feats. So if you have any suggestions, let me know. I'm going to go deal with the dog so he stops constantly whining and being so obnoxious. So I'll be right back.
how do I make this specific again? legacy content. Have to be able to. Gotta be a thing. Either way, going to have all your focus. Have independent.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
I'm just working on getting the familiar sorted. Start
Okay.
of Snoop, which we don't care about at the moment. Actually, I will.
Fox Fawn. Love it. Great name.
It's just a placeholder.
Oh, I know. I know. You know I had to mess with you on it, though.
Yeah.
Just because it's funny.
It gets independent life link. And nimble guide. Sorry, speech. Okay. So granted abilities is 3, required abilities is 3. I'm just trying to work out how I make this a specific familiar.
Mm-hmm. Let me know if you need help, and I can take a look at it. I'm just trying to figure out what to do for Peter and Thurbold for skill feats, because those are always super easy to decide and do.
Yeah, I can't see it here. Might have to ask in Discord.
We can get foragers so we don't have to worry about food.
I'll find so the specific spirit guide. How do I the spirit guide set is that specific type? Specific. Specific Familiars module. Would you please be able to get the Specific Familiars module?
The specific familiars module?
Yes, please.
Let me look.
You won't be able to look at it while we're in the game.
Yeah, I
Unless
can. It's a separate web page.
unless you've already got it and it's just not activated.
Okay.
So it's skill feats that you're looking for your two characters, is that correct?
Yep. PF2 specifics familiars?
Yes. Please. So, Peter.
We'll need to restart the server for the package to become available.
Yep. That's alright. So once we finish, do you want to finish up and then like I can look around and suggest, and do we want to finish the stream at
Yeah,
least?
no, we need to wrap it up. I was trying to figure out the skill feat to give the two of them. Other than that, I think we're basically done. So let's wrap up the stream and then we can do what needs to be done. I can restart the server if we need, and we can look at that for a little bit and then crash and get some rest or get on with your day.
All right.
But thank you all for being here. We
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks,
you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed.
Been fun. Let's have a look at the great land of Twitch. See if there's anyone playing tabletop role-playing games. We haven't been to No Man before. That's cool. I'm going to visit Gnome, and I haven't been there before, so. Don't see them. Just in tabletop RPGs. Oh, they're raiding out. Okay. They're raiding out. If Insomnia Night, I guess. Yeah, we'll just go to Insomnia. Go to Insomnia Night. By the way, guys, as we go to Insomnia Night, know that they swear a lot. Very adult, definitely not safe for work. But they're doing RPGs, so let's go give them some love. There we go. Yeah, so safe warning. Please look after yourselves. Be kind to one another. And from me, Matt in a Hat, we'll catch you next time. Now.